Hey Koizumers, welcome back to today's stream. We're on to day 2 of our Subathon. Let's go, we official made it to the second day. So today we're going to get started with some board game talk, I think, since we did reach the goal for that yesterday. And we actually remembered to take a picture of some of our collection, so we'll be showing that off today and probably just talk about some of the games in there, or whatever other game pops up into our mind, I guess, hahaha. But yeah, as you can see, we already have some Yu-Gi-Oh in the background, which we'll be playing after we talked about board games for a while, but hey, it gives us an excuse to hang out in the Master Duel section, am I right? I promise we'll be playing Yu-Gi-Oh eventually, for now it's just background though, hahaha. Anyway, how are you all doing today? Having a nice day so far? Oh wait, I forgot to turn off the default chat box. One moment. There we go, now it won't cover the game later. Else I'll just forget that. Okay, so board games, the last ones I bought I think I tweeted about. Wait, they should be in the picture we took. You just woke up, right? Good morning to you. It's 8 PM for me, haha. Alright, so let's go and pull up the picture. Where did I put it? My OBS scenes are such a mess. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is part of our collection of board games. It's not all of it, but it's the one that looked the nicest, so yeah, hahaha. Okay, so the ones I bought latest are, let's zoom in. It's Scythe and Frostpunk. Those are the two we bought last time. I actually haven't gotten the chance to test them out yet. But I do really want to. Frostpunk actually has a lot of pieces to set up. Like the setup of that game is a chore, hahaha. But really the game does look very fun, albeit somewhat difficult. Like they even warned me when I bought it that it's not a game you should expect to win immediately. But that's the same for the actual Frostpunk video game. So I guess that's not really a surprise. So what's on the left of that? It's a few more casual games. So this case has a nice mix of more casual games as well. Because it's important to have some of those as well, so basically anyone who would be down can join in. I'm pretty sure most of you know what Carcassonne is, right? It's one of the more mainstream ones, I believe. Wait, you never played Carcassonne? I thought that was a mainstream one. Maybe I'm wrong. Wait, let me find an image online of the game itself. I got the actual castle. No Google, I meant the game, hahaha. Now to find a good image. This one will do. Okay, browser, where are you? Hide my games for a bit. Okay, so that's what Carcassonne looks like. You basically slowly build up the field together by adding tiles. And depending on how many expansions you have, you'll get to add extra things like merchants or castles and such. It's a very casual friendly game, so I'd say if you're not too experienced in board games, this is a good start. It's more fun than Monopoly, that's for sure, hahaha. But yet, as you might have noticed, where is it? We have the big box. Which is? Was it 11 or 12 expansions? Well, a lot of them at least. And then we have few separate expansions as well, like Safari at the top over there. So the main reason I actually have all of these is because my mom loves Carcassonne, so I bought expansions to play with her when she comes over. That's also why I'm convinced it's very beginner friendly. Because my mom does like board games as well, but they need to be, how to say, not too complicated for it to be enjoyable for her, I guess. She likes board games but not difficult to play ones. She likes party games, kind of difficulty level if you put it in video game terms, I guess. So yeah, this top shelf is kinda left very beginner friendly. Right, don't even touch it if you're a beginner, probably, hahaha. Unless you really want to, of course, then go for it, but they're not beginner board gamers. Alright, let's actually move a shelf down because we have tons of games here to go through. Okay, so this one has variety again, but I love all these games so much. The Chocobo Party Up is literally just a party game that gets more chaotic the more people you have. You need at least 2 people to play it, but if I'm honest, I'd recommend at least 3, probably 4 for it. Because you get to steal the items you need to bring back to your nest from other players, so more players means more chaos. I believe you need 5 back into your nest to win, but I'm not 100% on the number anymore. So you try to stop others from taking the things back to their nest while stealing them into yours. It's a very cute little game that's easy to play as well, but very fun. I feel like Villainous might be somewhat familiar with people. Villainous is actually fun if you like TCG as well. Because it kinda plays like one in a way. Each villain has a different strategy in their deck, with a different win condition. So for instance, if you play the Aladdin villain, you have to do something with the lamp and your deck has a ton of ways to draw to it. Whereas some other villains use more what could be considered continuous spells or field spells. Obviously there are some villains that are less interesting to play, but in general the variety is really nice. If you like Disney as well, that's a nice bonus obviously. Oh, actually, funny thing about it. Because Disney owns Star Wars now, there's a Star Wars expansion for Villainous. So if you don't like the more cartoon villains, you can always play as a Star Wars villain. I don't personally own that expansion yet, but I do want it. Also, one thing that's really nice about Villainous actually, before we move on, you can pretty much just play with an expansion by itself as well, since you get the entire villain deck and such in it. It's just that this green box you see that we have is the base version that comes with more villains. So you get like, what was it, 5 villains or so in this. And expansions give you like 3 more or something. Something like that. But they are all playable on their own as well. Since as long as you have 2 decks you can play against each other, and even expansions come with more than that. Okay, so let's move on before we get too into a single game, hahaha. Mycelia underneath it. That game is a deck building game with a very cute theme of mushrooms. You basically try to build a deck to get your droplets into your winning field as soon as possible, and whoever gets them all first wins. It's a really funny deck building game. Because it's not just deck building like for instance Ascension. There's also other elements like having to move droplets around with the cards you buy. I like the spin they gave to the deck building genre. Honestly, I can really recommend that game if you like deck builders. Plus the theme is so cute that it's hard to pass up. Alright, so let's see what else is on this shelf. We have 2 Warcraft games. Both are versions of other games, so special versions kinda, I guess. Like the bottom one, there is a small World Warcraft version. And the other one is, shit, what's it called again? It's slipping my mind, wait. What's it called again, that base game? It's at the tip of my tongue, but it's not coming to me. Let me Google it, it's not coming to me. Pandemic, there we go. For some reason I forgot the name Pandemic, haha. So yeah, the top one is Pandemic but Warcraft, and the bottom one is Small World. Both of them are really solid games. Pandemic is a really solid game in general, but I really wanted the Warcraft version. Wait, are my other Warcraft games on here? Yeah, one of them at the bottom. It's a bit dark, but it's there. My expansion ain't on this picture, is it? No, it's in the other shelf. I have the Burning Crusade expansion for the board game as well. Okay, so let's see. Bunny Kingdom, I have to be honest. At first I expected nothing of it because I bought it for the cute bunnies, hahaha. But it's actually really fun. It's one of the games I really like to play with people who stop by here because it's really cute and still like. It's kinda medium difficulty. So not difficult like Betrayal underneath it or Frostpunk above it. But also not as easy as Chocobo. Takenoko is kinda at the same level, I'd say. Actually no, Takenoko is slightly easier. Where you do stuff like gather bamboo and grow it. Growing bamboo and taking it before the other players do. I love pandas, they're silly little guys. I actually want to play some of these on stream sometime, but like, it'll probably have to be on Tabletop Simulator. Because else it's just gonna be messy with my bad camera. So maybe I can convince some people to play it with me for Tabletop Simulator at some point for a collab. Yeah, deck building games are always a blast too. I really like them. Deck builders do take a lot of shuffling though, because you keep going through your entire deck. That's actually kinda part of the Ruby game as well. The Ruby game above Mansions. You start with a very basic deck, but as you level up you can replace cards with more powerful ones. Emmy, did we play Ruby before? We did, right? On Tabletop Simulator. I do have the expansion of Ruby in the middle as well there, the small box underneath the normal cards. It comes with more villains to fight and such. Important to note actually, Ruby is a co-op game. So if you look for a somewhat deck-building co-op game, that's a fun one. Yet I have both the expansions for it, but I think the other one is hidden behind the tiny boxes in the middle, hahaha. Like the deck building isn't as in-depth as something as say Ascension, but you build your deck by buying new cards and throwing out old cards over time. And you take turns fighting the villain while the others use their cards to support you in your fight. I really love the Ruby game. Maybe that game I can convince people to play with me. Honestly, in my opinion, the only thing it suffers from, and this might be weird from someone who loves Ruby, I think the only thing it suffers from is being under the Ruby brand. And before you get mad at me for that, let me explain. Like I said, I love Ruby, so it's a good thing for me. But because it's connected to Ruby, people connect it to anime. And there are still a lot of board game people who don't like those kind of games because of a bad stigma attached to it. So some people will not even want to try it because it's, quote, just an anime game. So while for me it's definitely a positive thing, it just also pushes people away. But personally I'd say the game is really solid. So even if you don't really enjoy anime type games, I'd say it's worth giving a shot for the gameplay. Being able to have a co-op game with deck-building elements while things are constantly changing is very fun, plus each character has a completely different play style. Yet it's very fun, would recommend. Oh wait, this is my D&D shelf, for the board games of it. I just realized all the D&D board game boxes. I bet we could convince people to play those with us. They're all really solid games, with each having a slightly different special mechanic to them.
Ding dong, ding dong.
Like the Wrath of Ashad Allen has a big dragon and such. And I believe Ravenloft has the knight mechanic. It's been a while since I played them. Thanks for the follow, Rick. Welcome in. Hey Ines, I'm showing what is slightly less than half our collection, hahaha. We're at the D&D shelf right now. The board game D&D and the 2 kits I have. Betrayal is a very solid game hero, but also kinda unforgiving. So it's definitely a game I can only play with so many people here. It's not for everyone for sure, hahaha. I feel like it's one of those games you either love or hate. Mansions of Madness is also very fun, which is actually the only game I have that uses an app. So the thing about board games with an app, I was very hesitant to get it at first because of it. The first few with apps and stuff like CD were very mediocre. So I never really got into them. And stayed away from them. But Mansions of Madness handles it nicely. The app in this game kinda serves like your DM. Yes, that's my worry with it as well, Ines, not gonna lie. Mansions of Madness is a really solid game though. And it's nice not having to worry about finding a DM for once. Like if I want to I could even play it by myself, really, hahaha. I believe so, yes, but I've never actually tried it solo. I'd have to double check to make sure, so I'll get back on that to make sure later. The thing about solo modes is though, usually if you slightly adjust a rule or two you can play most games solo. Alright, so obviously I have the D&D starter kits there as well. I have yet to play D&D IRL though, the actual D&D, not the board games. But I did play that one shot once, that was fun. Actually, it's not on the picture here, but I also have the Final Fantasy XIV version of TTRPG. I'm also really excited to play that one. I ordered the full rulebook edition as well, the completionist edition or whatever it's called. It works a lot like D&D, but it seems a bit simpler. Maybe Mirai, but right now we are not really rating or anything on there yet, we don't play it too much right now together. If you're on NA and I stream it sometime, you can probably tag along for normal stuff or roulettes, though if I have spots open sometimes, but I can't promise it 100% right now. Okay, so where was I? Oh right, the TTRPG. So yeah, the classes you can play are a lot less in depth than in D&D, because it's more group oriented than solo jobs. So it's like how in the MMO you get a tank, healer, and 2 DPS, you kinda want the same if possible in there. And you can swap jobs mid-campaign apparently. There's ways to unlock more jobs, like you would in the MMO. So it's very fun with the roleplay you'd expect from D&D. Right now in the thing that was released at first you already got I believe 3 scenarios. And they all looking really fun. Like one where you had to go investigate a place where something happened with tons of ether and such. I'm keeping it vague to not spoil stuff, haha. But then another was a campaign with the Empire. Obviously the role-playing is kinda made by the players as usual. You set up role-play stuff, but if they don't want to go for it, that's kinda on them. So maybe we should actually move on because I just realized it's already been 50 minutes. There's 2 shelves left. This is my very casual shelf. With games like Monopoly, Stratego, and even Scrabble. It's kinda the games you have because when you're young and they know you like board games, that's what people get you. And they're still nice to play with people who are completely unfamiliar with board games outside of Monopoly. And yes, that's 2 Cluedo, one very old and one newer, hahaha. Unfortunately no Innis, but you could implement that as house rules. It might make playing Monopoly slightly more bearable. I don't really want to talk too much about this shelf since it's just basic games really, I'd say. These games most people know, so it's fine to move on. Oh, actually Castle Panic is a nice co-op game as well. Where you have to protect your castle in the middle from invading goblins and orcs. So you need to shoot them with your attack cards before they reach your castle and take out all your towers. However, you can get unlucky and get them all to spawn in the same lane constantly, so it'll be hard to defend. because the dice decide where they spawn. But it's a fun co-op game that's very easy to grasp. That's probably the co-op game that I'd recommend getting if you have kid as well personally. Because even kids are able to understand it and it's a very nice theme for them, knights and castles. And in the bottom Tao already spotted Hero Quest. This is the original Hero Quest, not the rebooted version. So it's very old now, hahaha. I am actually in love with Hero Quest. It's one of my favorites because I grew up with it. Like Hero Quest is the first game I got to kinda DM as well. Because it does use a DM somewhat, just not as roleplay heavy as in D&D and such. It's more combat oriented than RP. I do love it, but it might be a bit dated for some people now. Mainly because the playable characters are kinda standard by today's standards. But for how old it is, it's really very good. I just realized how dark the bottom of this image is. So what we have there that might be a bit hard to see is Heroscape and Warcraft board game. They are definitely more like war games yet. I do like how you can actually build up your character in the Warcraft board game and gather equipment and such. And at the end you have a final battle between Horde and Alliance players. So you're basically working up to final PvP battle. And you have basically all the classes from the original base game to play with, so not Death Knight or anything yet. I do have the Burning Crusade expansion as well, but it's not on this picture. Let me zoom out again for people who joined in later so they can see the shelves. Okay, so this is slightly less than half of our current collection. But I'd say these shelves have the best mix between casual and more difficult games. So I figured I'd show this one of. The Warcraft board game is fun, but it's not the best compared to others. You need to be a fan of Warcraft, I'd say, to consider getting it now. Especially since it's not in production anymore for a long time now, so the price has gone up. For its price you can probably get better, but if you are a Warcraft fan, it's worth it to me. That's actually my newest game, Dave. I haven't gotten around to playing the Frostpunk game yet, but it has a lot of setup to it. It looks very fun. It is kinda unforgiving though, so don't expect to win every time. I do love more complicated games personally though, but it's just a heads up before getting it yourself. It might be hard to convince people to play unless you know how to play it well already, since the setup is kinda daunting for new players. For new players. So I think we went over all the games in this one. Maybe I'll try and get a collab for one of these games set up at some point to show them off on Tabletop Simulator. It kinda depends on who I'd ask to as to what game it'd be. Because I know not everyone will want to go through learning Betrayal or something for a stream, hahaha. So it might be one of the medium difficulty games. I'll also have to check what's on Tabletop Simulator nowadays. Oh look, more Carcassonne at the bottom. I have so much of that, ha ha ha. Just slowly been buying their expansions because I know my mom loves it, so we play it often when she comes over. So it's fun to play with new expansions at times. It's a classic really. Big box as well. But yet I feel like all the games on here are kinda solid, outside of the casual shelf. These ain't bad, but like, you know I hate Monopoly, ha ha ha. These are just the games that are there for everyone kinda thing, not for me. I have them because either my parents or family got them for me when I was a kid, or I bought some of them because I know other people are familiar with them. Yeah, Hero Quest is great, ain't it, Dave? I love Hero Quest so much, I grew up with it. If you can play Hero Quest, I'd recommend it for sure. Actually, Hero Quest is on tabletop as well, maybe I can convince people to play it. But the D&D board games are a bit more modern and people are probably more familiar with the brand already. So I'm kinda torn between that, I'll have to think it through. I'm not sure about VTuber Monopoly, ha ha ha. Okay, is there any game I missed? I think we went over the most important ones, right? Monopoly is just the collab game that's being sold for the collab it's partnering up with. Monopoly is more of a collector's game in my eyes. You buy it to collect the different versions rather than play it. Pokemon Monopoly plays the exact same as any other Monopoly, but it has Pokemon as a theme. So yeah, right now this is what I prepared to show you all and go over. I felt like just showing one should do for now because like, there's quite a lot already, hahaha. I actually heard of some people who do collect Monopoly versions. And most keep them wrapped as well. In plastic. So they literally don't buy them to play them. But I'm sure some people do actually enjoy Monopoly, somehow. It's the game I always suggest people don't play though because it ruins board games for a lot of people. But yet I don't recommend Monopoly even for people who want to get into board games. If you want a game that's fun to play with kids. I'd suggest either Castle Panic for the co-op experience. Or Chocobo Party Up for the chaotic party game fun experience. That's the two games I'd recommend out of all of these for people with younger kids. Maybe not toddlers but like, around 10 or something. That's not to say they ain't fun for adults, but they're doable in difficulty. I'd say Ruby is too difficult for kids that age.
Yes, sir!
Thanks for the Prime sub, Luminous. Let's go. The Ruby game is really good but it's too complex for young kids, maybe if you have someone to keep track of everything. If you have someone to have like, semi-DM, you're probably fine. Either way, should we actually get started on Yu-Gi-Oh maybe? Because we talked about board games for a little over an hour now. Unless there is something you really want to know still about these games? But I think we covered most. Clue is a nice game as well to play with people who aren't well versed in board games. Since it's a very simple deduction game. It's a nice game which is totally better than Monopoly, so yeah, play Clue over Monopoly. I haven't gotten around to playing Frostpunk yet. That's about it from these. Okay, board games away. Let's actually play some Yu-Gi-Oh before we forget. We still have a little over an hour left on the timer, so we have time to play. Before we start, let me take a sip of my drink. Oh, I'm sure Yu-Gi-Oh! Monopoly exists. There's almost no way it doesn't. Okay, let me mute my BGM for the game sound.
Yes, sir!
There we go. Thanks for the sub, player Bam. Let's go. Please no, Dave. Don't relate me to Monopoly, hahaha. Yu-Gi-Oh! Monopoly would be kind of funny. But yet I'd never play it, so I'd rather buy something like Rising Sun. Or the Lord of the Rings War of the Ring board game. I really want those games still. I need to pick them up eventually. Okay, I'm going to start playing the game now because I start rambling again. Else we're just going to chat about board games all night. Now, what were the controls of this again? It's been a while. What was our mission again? Move to the east, okay. The twinning is real. I love the twinning meme so much. Okay, let's head east. First outside, I guess. Oh right, didn't we almost get stuck in that collapsing building last time? With the evil people. Gag me with a spoon? I've never heard anyone say that before. Is that an actual saying? Also, which creep, I don't see anyone else. Shop found. Maybe she meant this little kid. Hey creep, stop watching that girl, she wants me to gag her with a spoon. Okay, shop time. Oh wow, we have a ton of DP. I don't remember which set had dinos anymore. Let's just pull on some random packs,
Yes,
see what
sir.
they have. Let's go hero. 2 more gifted subs, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
We're not allowed to drop below 1 hour timer yet, it seems, hahaha. Is that the Kuraba thing? Oh my god, it totally is, hahaha. We don't need that. This might not be the pack we want. It has roids in it. Is this just a roid pack? Jerry beans would be funny, but we want dinos. Wait, that's a dino. Not one we want, but it's still a dino. Okay, we might not have wanted to buy this pack this much, but hey, we're getting some heroes as well. Worst case, we'll just transition into heroes eventually, I guess. But yeah, this pack seems kinda useless to us right now. Let's try this one next. Let's hope for good generics or something. Ancient gear pack spotted.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god, thank you so much dual logs for 20 gifted.
Yes, sir.
Suddenly our timer more than doubled again, oh no. I really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Wait, we got Raviol. Playing Raviol would be based.
Yes, sir.
Wait, we have more time left now than what we started with today.
Yes, sir.
Oh shit, karma cut. Oh my god, dual logs even more, hahaha.
Yes, sir.
Suddenly we're back to 3 hours, let's go everyone.
Yes, sir.
I'll have to check what goals we just reached after this. I do
Yes,
love me
sir.
some karma cut though. It's a nice generic.
Yes, sir.
I have no clue what that trap is.
Yes, sir.
Wait, that could be funny. Not great but funny. If we lack back row, it's
Yes,
a funny
sir.
card to add. Oh my god, this is the card we used in the
Yes,
other
sir.
GBA game to stall. This was our MVP in the Battle Academy
Yes,
game.
sir.
Or was it called Duel Academy?
Yes, sir.
We can build stall again, but dinos are more fun.
Yes, sir.
Oh no, we got a second copy. The stall temptation
Yes,
is there
sir.
again. More heroes as well, at least for backup.
Yes, sir.
This one is still new, let's try it out next.
Yes, sir.
Might as well just use the rest of my DP.
Yes, sir.
We could actually try building ancient gear as well eventually. That's a fun deck.
Yes, sir.
For now, dinos are still great though. I wonder how far dinos will take us through the game.
Yes, sir.
The creator and harpies
Yes,
in one
sir.
pack, hey. I don't think we'll ever play the creator.
Yes, sir.
Harpies are fun. Okay, final pack. Isn't that card a decent generic? It's just a draw one always. Not bad for sure. I think we kinda lack draw right now. Not sure if we can really use it in this deck though for Dino Singery stuff. Wait, what did I just say? Synergy. Typing is hard, hey. Save the polls. Now what is our deck again? I kinda want to add at least Karma Cut if possible. That's a good card to play. Now what's our deck like? We play 2 of this? Really? I forgot we play Rivalry, hahaha. I feel like Rivalry doesn't do much in this format though. It's never done anything for us yet so far. I guess we cut a negate attack maybe? Put it to side deck instead. Let's go with that for now to keep it mainly dinos. We'll use some of the other cards we just pulled for other decks we'll build in the future though for sure. Let's just keep going east like they told us to. Why do they all have such bright hair, hahaha? So I guess these are just here so we can grind points. But I'm trying to find where to go. Oh, I guess this guy. It's a good thing we went inside here, hey. So now we go back again? Is that it? Very interesting quest. I wonder what we just gave him. I want to explore more first. Let's see what these other buildings are. She seems very out of place compared to the rest. Let's duel her. Underground darkness. Okay, maybe she does fit in. We're going first. Okay, dinos, don't fail me now. That special is free this time, so might as well. Else we'll have to give them a summon. Hand destruction is an EU. I'm not throwing Reaper out. There's no way I'm throwing Reaper, hahaha. Is she crashing? Oh shit, she's crashing. I'll allow it. More tomato probably. Gen X, hold up. Why are you going into controller, hahaha? Hey hey awoo, welcome in, it's nice to see you again. At least our egg survived. Egg MVP. So we don't have a tribute summon, unfortunately. We can hammerhead though. Keep Reaper for now in case they clear field, since we have egg up. Alright, this should stall us a bit. Wait, are they really bringing it back? Sound alerts had to wake up there for a bit, ha 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 ha. Surely they won't go into a big synchro. We should be safe with our back row though. Okay, here comes a synchro. She's actually playing Gen X, wow, ha ha ha. Okay, so they have some kind of protection. But they didn't get it because they used the wrong attributes. That's kinda sad, ha ha ha. Hey Robin, we're playing the 2010 DS game, Reverse of Arcadia. I guess we just go face for now. Not too much special things to do now, just wait it out. Probably flip up rivalry next turn. Just in case. Or not, they just set. I was just thinking that a tribute would be nice, and here TI is. I guess we just tribute them off. We also have Reaper if it goes wrong. So we won't be dead yet if they clear this. But it gives us a stronger field. Go Dino boy, go! Oh shit, it's just a synchro pile. First Gen X, now zombies. And now Dark Creator, what is going on? What is this deck, girl, ha ha ha. So we oppress that. I don't want to deal with it. Go zombie! I believe in you. So is it just dark synchro stuff? Ew. I don't want that, no thanks. It's an evil card. Royal oppression is so good in this game, it's kinda insane. We don't need to place that spell yet. We have back row to protect us for now. We'll just chill for a bit. Getting another attacker would be nice though. Just in case they try to stall. Okay, there it is. We are greeting it out for the damage. Hey Fico and Raiders, welcome in. How was your stream? Did you have fun? Wait, how many of those negates do they play? Don't fart, Yuaki, the Raiders are here. Master Duel can be very fun but also frustrating. The event has been kinda whatever to me personally, since a lot of people just surrender immediately. This is the 2010 DS game, World Championship Reverse of Arcadia. We are playing Dino Beatdown. Royal Tries Hula is great, not gonna lie, wish mine was royal. Royal cards are too pretty in Master Duel. I always feel like I have to build a deck with them. Else it feels like a waste. We actually pulled a Royal Baguska the other day. I'm really happy with that one because it's a generic rank 4. Yeah, that's fair. I have 2 royal copies of the Twin Dragon in Memento and I'm happy because I get to play both. Nothing better than getting to play both copies of it when they're both royal. Is this like another gang hangout or something? What the hell is this place? Oh, that's sick though, right? Witchcrafter cards are so pretty. Okay, so this is the underground place, I guess? Whatever that means. Let's go back to where we came from for our mission, I guess. It's all the way to the west, right? I think there's a big building here where we came from. This must be it. I really forgot why we're here though. Okay, we did the mission. What's next, Mr. 40-year-old? He looks like he's 40 years old at least. It's probably the face compared to the other faces though. So we get to stay here and do nothing? No, I'm fine, UCI. We can continue. I literally just walked to a place and back and did one duel. What do you mean tired? Who is stealing my food from the fridge? That's the feeling I'm feeling, ain't it? Feeling the feeling for the feeling of the feeling. You feel me? I'm feeling an uneasy feeling. So now we are going out in the middle of the night by ourselves. So smart. Oh hey, we have visitors. The mark of the what now? Oh wait, is that the evil mark? I think it was the evil people, right? Okay, so over to Akaiza we go. I didn't even realize she's here with us. Akaiza and random generic bad guy, I see. Huff huff to you too, Akaiza. What if we just don't duel him? What will he do? Saving just in case, you never know, and I don't want to do the RP again. Let's duel Mr. Generic Guy. Okay, we're still going first. Fine by me. We have the egg opener. No tribute to go with it though. For now I'll just sit on this and pass. Oh shit, it's dinos against dinos that do something. My dino is beat down their synchro dino. My egg is stronger, let's go, ha ha ha. Go MST. Oh shit, huge MST. I think I might just sit and wait. Put torrential in case of a synchro. For now we can beat over it, but then if they clear we have nothing. That one is still too weak. Unless they run equips, but like. For now we're fine. So wait, it's not actually a dino mirror? I was excited about dino mirror. Do I even care? Not really. Let's just chill another turn. I want my tributes. So this can't get over 2k either, can it? Yet also 1900 max, so we're still fine? We can wait. This allows us to swing over the card trooper. Because it goes defense when it's attacked. Might as well since we have more monsters in hand. At least stop from a big tribute to come out. If we can find a tribute, we're in a really good spot here. Especially if it's Tyranno. The AI is struggling with thinking about how to out my egg. At this rate we can just wait it out. So it's a anti-spell draw deck? That's kind of funny honestly. We can wait as well, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry to play the spell. Why didn't I attack into that, I wonder? My brain works in mysterious ways. Oh well, it's another stall monster probably. Tribute Stoko. Okay, so this is the only spell we're going to activate for now. So it decreases defense as well, right? Never mind. Okay, we need a tribute monster. We need to wait until we find our Tyranno. At least this lets us stall them until we get it. It's not very intense gameplay, but it's something. Let's just set one in case we want to use it later. Since we are under their floodgate. Yet I wonder what it is and why it can't beat over our 2k defense stuff. It has to be a defensive card and they try and hope I'm dumb and burn myself with spells. Surely Tyranno should be big enough though. The spell hate is real, but we can just not play spells, hahaha. I mean, we could activate this at the cost of 1k LP to see what it is once we get a tribute. But for now we won't be able to beat over it yet anyway. We're being kinda unlucky with our draws, hey. All the tributes are bot deck. Okay, we can wait more, I guess. Abuse the egg discards. If they want to stall, we'll just play the egg game. Wait, this can just return their big tribute to hand. We'll take some damage, but that seems worth. It will slowly clear for us. Go away, big tribute. What even is that thing? Okay, sure, that doesn't do anything. Very interesting card, but not that amazing. So it's slightly bigger than our main Tyranno, but we can keep returning stuff to hand before they get it. So we'll just stop them from getting it out and hopefully draw our tributes soon. Okay, there's one. It's not the best, but I'll take it. It's the biggest attack version at least. Since it's bigger, we can remove Hammerhead. Keep the egg for backup summons. Let's just slowly begin clearing. Yes, keep drawing. Run out of cards as you pray. I'll use spells. Which I'm not going to unless I absolutely have to. And they can't MST me either because of their own floodgate. So I feel like nothing beats over my Tyranno right now thanks to my spell. I will summon that. It's great if we can get a kill. I think they're both non-tribute monsters. Let's go, we get on. 1. Unfortunately we only have 2 hydros since the pack they're in isn't unlocked yet. And the starter we got gave us 2. But it's still nice for aggro. Oh wow, counter trap with only continuous in back row. I don't think they understand which trap is what. Because those ain't counter traps, my guy. Oh well, next turn we might be able to kill. Oh, he's going for it. Activating a spell under his floodgates. So what does he even have here? I wonder what he summons with it. Is it just the draw 5 again? It might be the 3100 defense draw until 5 in hand monster again. Either way, I'm not scared. Let's use our big monster just in case it is. Wait, he didn't even summon that one? Hey? His plays are so confusing, hahaha. I guess he did pay 1000. Oh well, it's still lethal. His deck was just anti-spell, but I'm beat down Dino. It didn't hurt me too much. Not sure what the win con there was. Pray the opponent is dumb enough to keep using spells non-stop? Honestly not sure, hahaha. Huff huff, no problem. Someone needs a snack. You're not you when you're hungry. Oh my god, she's one of those girls on Twitter. We've all seen them. Please Akaiza, stop it, get some professional help. You're not alone, so just get the help you need and we'll all be fine. Fine, be that way. Let me save first though. She's so angry. Okay, fight me Akaiza. We're going first again, let's go. We go first a lot more in this game than in Master Duel, but I want it more in Master Duel. Okay Akaiza, show me what you got. $2K pass. Okay, she also T-set passes. Or is this more of an L pass because of the shape? Maybe we can get Hydro going here? It's worth trying. Okay, never mind, I guess, hahaha. Wait, was that a Gemini? Never mind. Not a Gemini, the art just reminded me of one. Oh well, we'll just go back to stalling for another monster next turn then, I guess. At least her one of Torrential is gone. You're so right, Dan, hahaha. Okay, we got another monster, so we do have enough to tribute in 2 turns. $300 for each plant they control, so it keeps getting bigger. I might just swords, honestly. To make it so we can go Tyranno in 2 turns. We have to stall for a bit because she hit us with Torrential. Torrential is at 1 in this game, so she shouldn't play more. That's why I'm okay with it happening this early and not on a Tyranno or something. Let's use the small one to tribute off next turn. Keep the bigger one in hand for future plays. True Mirror Force is also at 1, but we have to go for Tyranno at this point. If we play around everything, then we'll never be able to play a single card. Okay, we do have backup beaters in case it is Mirror Force. But it would suck if it was Mirror Force. Since their plant beater will be bigger than ours if she flips the rest up. We take it out now. Okay, not Mirror Force, we're fine. For now we're fine. I would have preferred my 3k Tyranno here to attack all though. Annoying, but we got rid of the big threat, so it's alright. Rivalry might work against her. Yeah, it should. She uses more than just one thing. Though mostly plants probably. But we'll flip it up just in case next turn. The early removal hurt, but she's low on cards now as well. So I feel like we can swing this back still. Let me flip please. Wait, why is it a TTC king? Attacking. Oh, it's like tomato. Let's flip this now before we forget to. We'll let them do this. Get your lion. So we're even now. Yeah, they didn't want to crash. No balls. We got a tribute, nice. I'm going for it. Since lion isn't that scary right now, I'm going for the face down. Since it's unknown. We can deal with lion anyway with back row if needed. Okay, now we can't, but surely they can't beat over our tribute. We could use this just in case, but I feel like we don't have to. Let's just say no for now. Yeah, they got nothing, we're fine. Time to become greedy. She has basically nothing now, so I think we got this. We are running low on cards as well, but like, we have a board at least. Go for the fertilizer queen. Get your lion back again. Yet I don't really care about it. We can get Tyranno. There we go, that should be GG. She tried her best, but like, she didn't really do much, did she? She actually felt easier to deal with than last guy, she just had board breakers. I guess she was so angry she kept ripping my cards. Why is she so chill now? Damn, she's crazy. No wonder Dual Logs loves her. Toxic relationship, hey. Yep, but Sayer is evil, we already established that. I mean, I'd be sad, but like, it's hard to feel sad after she threw a tantrum and forced us into a duel. Yeah, sure, we're used to having people with poor decks in our squad, so join us. It's kinda hard to relate to her for me because like, we saw her once before and that's it. And both times she angrily tried to duel us. So for me there's like, no attachment to her at all yet, so it's hard to feel stuff for her. I feel like she probably got more attention in the anime so you'd understand her POV more. Because right now it's kinda like, I'm definitely the side character who showed up for a filler episode. The friendship is magic filler. So she's okay with joining us now? Wait, who is Misty? From Pokemon? I guess we go back to bed, alright. It didn't make much sense to me, but let's roll with it. This game is basically just the anime story on crack, ain't it? Just speeding through it. And I haven't watched the anime, so it's going pretty fast for me, hahaha. Free card though. We can't even summon that, but thanks. Yeah, we were brainwashed. Another girl walked in. Now who is this again? Is it like her manager or something? Oh, big story time. Are we finally getting context? I'm not gonna lie, guys. I have no clue what's going on anymore. It's been a while since we last played it, so I forgot the entire plot almost, and it seems so random now. I don't remember his vision. Oh hey Jack, you're the one who never won duels, hey? Jack just doesn't give a damn about whether we're doing okay, just surprised to see us again. Chapter 5? I wonder how many chapters this game has. Oh great, the annoying kids are here again. Again. Isn't that thing on his chest the same sign as the evil people had? The wannabe eagle thing. I'm suspicious of you, old man. Now what the fuck is this, ha ha ha? There's a temple. This game just got weird. Oh hey, I know that one. It's used to get synchros going. Dramatic music over, back to chill music. Okay, so he's a cult leader, got it. Is this game just us joining a cult? Because the way they talk right now sure seems like a cult. We are even helping her find a home in this totally not cult after she lost everything. Hold on, are we the bad people here? Akaiza, run, get out of here while you can. Before the cult claims you. Yeah, no. I think it's time to call the cops on this guy. This is giving massive red flags after Akaiza was that sad just now. They're not even counting me. I really am a side character. No, I'm not. Leave me out of it. Ha ha ha. I love it. I'm literally a side character. It's Crow, even I know that. And I haven't even watched the anime. This is such a massive lore dump. Classic good against evil plot line. I see, I see. I want to duel, can we stop yapping? I'm not a signer, this is of no importance to me, is it? Like I'm just standing at the side watching them be all signers and shit. But hey, I have cool dinos. So even though I'm not a signer, I'm still going to be the one who has to do all the duels, ain't I? How did she even lose her cards? So basically there's 4 bosses upcoming and then probably a final boss is what I'm getting from this. I'm not sure if my dinos are strong enough to stop the end of the world, but hey, seeing how Akaiza is a signer and her deck was that weak, maybe we have a shot. Ironically, the random girl we fought was still the strongest and got actual synchros going. The random fights really are stronger than story fights so far. Who is this again? I guess he's a cop, seen by the uniform. Okay, nice. We made it past the story dump. Why is he being all emo in a corner? Jack, shut yo ass up. You have done nothing but drag me down this entire game, the fuck you mean? I ain't having shit from Jack. Jack, you were the weakest on our team, what you talking about? Go sit back in your little corner, stay here and don't drag me down. Sorry, he personally attacked me, I had to defend myself. Let's save. I guess we have no choice. Bad area it is. Is this where we did our gang stuff? Yeah, Crow, our signer friend. Let's see if he's in here. If he's not, then maybe he's at the place next to the shop? Okay, so not here. Not here. To the shop thing we go. Oh wait, I just realized, the sub goals. I forgot to check them again, let's do that after we find Crow. Else I'll forget what we're doing in game. Okay, there he is, nice. Yeah, it's me, remember me, buddy? Crow just immediately wants to fight people. We really lost control, didn't we? Fade to black to skip story recap. The expressions hahaha. People are disappearing? Oh no. That's not a good sign when we are using life force to fight. brings the kids along. We already have 2 weird green-haired kids with us anyway. Maybe they can play together so they stay out of trouble. Yeah, no, totally not a signer. Oh no, don't make me race again. That's my least favorite part of this game. So check the dual runner and then go to the hideout. He lost it. He totally lost it. Oh wow, he didn't lose it. I don't want to put it back. Never, I don't want to. Okay, let me save real quick and then check goals. So what goals did we meet earlier? Let's see. Why is it down there? Okay, so we hit 3 new goals, wow. So hit the retro game stream, scary story time, and chat chooses tier list. We can do the tier list in a moment if you all want to. It could be a fun change since we've played this for almost 2 hours now. Retro game, I have a few options for, but that might not be today, unless we really want to play it today. Let's first see how the tier list goes though in a moment. I'll write down which goals we still need to do. Okay, I wrote it down. So first let's get this game saved. And then let's find a tier list to do. What's the site for tier lists again? Let's Google it. Tier maker, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so one moment, let me pull it up. Okay, I'll adjust size as we pick one. For now, let me close the game and we do this. Timers go somewhere random for now, hahaha. Oh wait, I know why it moved. It's in the same folder as my timers and such, and I dragged those around. There, I got it out of the folder. Okay, so what kind of tier list do you all want? Any ideas? I'm not too familiar with this site, but I'm sure we can find a fun one. Oh my god. Mariah, why? Let's see what Yu-Gi-Oh tier lists there are. There we go. There we go. So do we go archetypes or maybe something else? There's a few here. Oh, that's anime charters. Anime characters only, that one. Start with these, I guess. We can do anime characters after if you all really want to, hahaha. There's none for the guys, right? So I can do both. Oh, here we go. That really is a lot though, but let's do that, ha ha ha. Let's just do with this first, let's see. So there's S, A, B, AO and FBI. Wait, the first one is Altergeist, ha ha ha. That's cheating, I love Altergeist. Oh wait, I need to turn on chat again. There we go, chat is back on. Is Multifaker a waifu? I mean... Wait, so is AO bad or good? I guess AO is not great since it's below B. Honestly, I do love Altergeist, but like... I've never thought about smashing it, ha ha ha. It also doesn't look very safe. I think I have to put it into AO. I feel like I'd die. Yeah, we are Mirai. You asked for this. And we're doing one with anime characters after as well, even though I barely watched any anime. We can do another one after if we feel like doing more after these two. But it kinda depends on how long we take. Okay, so this is a strong woman. Strong woman, good. Strong woman for awesome. She could kill me. That's awesome. Is this a fish? I don't know, but fish are AO. I don't think we can do anything with a fish, well, we shouldn't at least. Don't do anything with fish, please, I beg. Oh wait, this is a romage and they're so cute. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I know some people really are like, I want to smash such and such card. But I've never even thought about that with cards. So I'm just gonna be like, if they're pretty or at least look like somewhat my type, I'll put them at smash. But yet I never thought about cards that way, hahaha. Either way, Aromage is an S. Listen, listen. They're pretty, they're blue and they heal you. Yeah, that's it. I have no explanation, smash, sorry. Sorry. Okay, this is a cute butterfly. It's not an AO because that's stuff that will be like. Literally kill me if I even tried it. And maybe this is a huge butterfly girl. It's not just a fish, it's an actual butterfly girl. So B for butterfly. Not quite smash but also not deadly. Do I have to say it? Okay. So anyway. The charmers are cut eok. What do you mean? Why is that an FBI open up moment? Wouldn't the fish be an FBI open up moment? Fair enough, I don't really know anything about them. Wait, is this the Cyber Angel ritual? FBI, she's an angel. Don't smash the angel. Okay, so this one will be controversial maybe. But I don't think Dark Magician Girl is all that pretty or hot or whatever. She kinda looks like a cosplayer to me. I dunno. She's behind the butterfly for me, sorry. I mean true. Cosplayers are cute but like. I dunno, she's just not my thing, I guess. I don't even know what that is. But it at AO for AO, what the fuck is that? Wait, this is the lizard girl from Dynamorphia. And she has a lizard tail. I don't want to do this. But I have to. No questions, all right. Okay, no questions asked. Should we get another one? Why didn't they split them up more? This isn't fair. I hate it here. Hate it here. Oh wait, this is the archetype mini plays. Exo's sisters are very cute but also they're religious and can't smash, so FBI for what the fuck you trying to do? I'm calling the FBI on you because they're nuns. It's not about not wanting to or thinking they're not pretty, but they're ladies of religion. It's about respecting their choice. They are very pretty though. I don't know what this sassy lost child is doing, but just know. Isn't this another sassy lost child? Harpies. Okay, so first things first. I ain't a furry. But harpies. Well, they're not lizard girls. But still pretty. Probably a for awesome. Wait, I just realized, are you all going to make me post this tier list on Twitter as part of the sub goal? Is that a thing people usually do? Just realized I think some people do that. Wait, IP. I don't even need to explain myself here. That's an immediate yes. No explanation needed, I feel like. Okay, so what is this? Luna lights? They're the tiger people, right? With the fur-covered bodies? Yeah, I'm not really into that, sorry. Probably behind Dark Magician Girl for me. Pretty but not smashable to me. They're more cuddly. Like you want to cuddle because they have soft fur. Okay. We just explained ourselves with harpies. This is basically harpies version 2. So I feel like we can just place it where it belongs. Right? I feel like that's fair. I'm not sure what this one is. What card is this? Oh, it's melodious. Okay, so not really my thing. I'm sorry, melodious lovers. It's a no from me. You can't even cuddle them well since no fur. So behind Luna lights. Okay, but Rika are extremely pretty. The problem is though. They are very pretty, but would I smash them? Not really, I'd admire them from a distance. And be like, wow, they're like a princess. But I don't think I'd say smash. They are like too princess-like to me. Like I shouldn't get close to them maybe? I'll put them at a because very cute and pretty. Just wouldn't smash them. Okay, this one I have no choice. Silent unite. We are one, we are silent, we unite. I have no choice, one of my people. I don't like the fire. The fire seems dangerous. Would they? I don't know anything about them. But I'll trust you. There we go. Alright then, it's FBI, makes sense. I don't know these type of things. I just go by pictures, hahaha. This girl looks like she has a stable job. And that's attractive as fuck. I got to go for the business lady. Okay, that means some of our S are getting knocked down so we don't get too many. Let's go for that for now. Trickstar's very cute but kinda the same feeling as Rika. I'd appreciate from a distance. Wind Witch. Oh my lord, do you even need to fucking ask? Okay, maybe I outed myself a bit too much there, but hey. I like witches and they are very pretty, so I can't help it. Don't blame me, blame them being pretty witches. Is this witchcrafter? I don't like this one as much as Wind Witch. But I do dig the outfit. It's probably enough for me personally. Hi though. Probably around there. I feel like she's really cool in that coat. Wait. Yubel is here? I thought Yubel was Jaden, am I wrong about that? I don't know anything about the anime but I thought that was Jaden. I guess not. Hey. Either way, looks like I'd actually die, so goes into AO I guess? Though it's better than the other AO. I'm not sure what Yubel is, so it's hard to judge. I thought it was just Jaden, but now I know it's not. So it's AO for AO. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I personally don't like the art for this archetype, so I'm not digging it. I'd literally smash Lunalight over this one, and that's saying a lot. Because we already established that I won't even do that. Wait, who is this?
Yes, sir!
She's kinda pretty. Thanks so much for the sub, Fluzzy. This one is kinda pretty. Not a top smash pick for me though, because she looks like a Hatsune Miku cosplayer gone wild. But probably a low A. Also, we're doing a smash or pass tier list for Yu-Gi-Oh now because chat picked it as sub goal. And I'm trying my best to take it seriously. But it is a little weird to do, hahaha. I said yesterday to please not pick it, true. Wait, Ice Jads. Ice Jades, hey. Do I out myself? Or do I appear normal? Do I want to out myself or not? What do I do, Lily? Yeah, I'm not sure, Lily. Well, shit. There they go into smash. Not top smash though. Actually. They're one up. That's better. This is Ash's girl, I won't steal her girl. B for bestie's girl. Trap tricks is scary, they'll kill me. There they are, scary flower things that try to eat people. Okay Koru, it's not what it looks like. It's not. We're doing a smash or pass tier list for these. Chat picked the tier list. So I have to do it. And I'm trying my best to actually do it, but I know nothing about these cards. S for smash. A for almost but amazing. B for better stick to cosplaying. AO for AO, I don't know what's happening. An FBI for people of religion and toddlers so far. Angel and nuns. Now we got a girl riding a horse. I feel like she's too energetic for me. She's out there doing sports. I don't want to do that. So she's B for me, sorry. Not my type. Talking about my type. Go white girl go. Go white girl go. She's up there, has to be. Wait, no. Better than Ice Jade, yes. But not quite Dynamorphia or Wind Witch. This also looks like they are not allowed to smash. But they might just be Nobels? Somewhere around there, I guess. There's two of the. Two of them, so they rank a bit higher. So the thing about this stuff. I don't like succubi or vampires and stuff much. Like, I do understand the appeal for some people. But it doesn't appeal to me. I'm kinda like. More inclined to stay away from them. I'd take the butterfly girl over her. Very pretty though. Just not my style. And this is wannabe dark magician girl, but XYZ? There we go, the color scheme is nicer. So that's what we're going with, I think. Do I want any changes? Let's see. Let's push Rika down one. Just because I wouldn't smash since she's too much like a princess, so I'd admire from afar. Is there any card I should know about that definitely should go into FBI but isn't? Since I don't know anything about the cards. If not, then this is it. Trap Tricks is in AO for AO. I don't know what's going on and it's trying to kill me. All the AO are off limits as well because we'd die. Okay, I think this is fine. Let me take a screenshot for Discord and Twitter later. I posted it on Discord. I'll post it to Twitter later as well. Alright, so let's do an anime characters one as well. I don't know any of the anime characters though. This is Oni Girls, isn't it? That's too many, it'll take too long. I guess we're stuck to girls only. All the mixed ones are too many characters and there's no only guys besides main characters. So let's just do this one, I guess. Once again, disclaimer, I don't even know who half the people on here are. So I'm going to judge based on their pictures with zero context. All I know about Akaiza is from what we just played in our game, and that made me very confused about her. So I'm about to upset dual logs probably, but like. D for don't get close to me. She scares me. She kept trying to fight me and push me into walls. I don't know who this girl is. Kinda pretty though. Yes, she's a solid A. She looks like a woman who's in control of her life. And will help me if I need help. So she's an A. We're here already, hey. Okay, so I only know her from Duel Links. But she's cute. We don't talk about it. I know her from Dual Links and she seems nice there. This girl is the one with the trains, ain't it? Honestly, she scares me a bit. So that means she's a... It's a different type of scare from Akaiza. Akaiza scared me because she seemed like she was just all over the place, unpredictable. This girl scares me because she'd probably try to run me over with a train. And I'm down for that. As long as it's safe. A toy train. Wait, this is the Vrains girl. Wait, that means she's a minor, right? I know that for a fact. She's in high school. So F for fuck no. I know she's a kid because I watched Vrains with you all. It's the only one I've seen outside of Sevens and the original season 1 with Yugi. Wait, what? Are you kidding? Is everyone a kid in Yu-Gi-Oh or something? How the fuck am I going to rank them if they're all kids? This is why I should watch the anime first. I'm in so much pain right now. Okay, so train girl is a kid, so F. Don't know who that is, an image is low quality. This one is an adult for sure. If that's not an adult, then we're ending this right here and now. Okay, teacher, finally. I'm safe, finally. This is so scary. I haven't watched any of this, so I have to go by picture. Okay, so this is both from Vrains, which I did watch. D for don't get close to me, you're too young. Wait, that means Akaiza becomes C. Okay, be honest guys. How many of these are underage? If there's too many, we'll just do different one. Because I don't know any of them. Okay, let's just do another list. This is not going anywhere then. But also before we do that, there we go. The rest I'm too afraid to place anywhere. Because I don't know them. Wait, is Wind Witch Girl an adult? Who am I kidding? It's Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm giving up. Let's do another list. This is pointless. Okay, other list. There we go, list done. That's the only safe one because it's a robot buddy. Maybe Boss Monsters is safe. Yeah, let's do this instead. This seems safer. And I know these kinda because I watched the Yugi stuff. We're starting off strong. Oh my god, I'm going to get to disappoint you all again. Dark Magician Girl is in it again. Listen. Armor is hot. Nova agrees with me, so it's fine, I can say it. I don't really want to smash a dragon. Not an actual dragon at least. I mean what? Look, more armor. This thing would kill me if I tried, so no. Okay, do I make the joke? No, I'm say so I don't. I'll leave that joke to my not so say so friends. What's wrong with Celtic Guardian? It's a cyborg, right? I'm not that into cyborg stuff, so can't be rated too high. It's the same reason why I didn't get into Digimon, the cyborg stuff. Here we go. Time to disappoint you all again. I'm sorry. I know you all love Dark Magician Girl, but I just can't. I'm about to piss you all off even more. Don't look, Rai. Don't look. Dark Magician Girl is slowly disappearing. Okay, you're right, Karu. There. Is that better? Not sure what this one is, but that just means it's a big nope from me. These are all not even human-like. There we go. Slime over her. I'm about to piss off the entire community with that one. There's just so many things in here that look like they'd kill me before I even got close. There's going to be a lot in D tier this time. With all the armor going to S, it seems. Okay, don't question this. I won't explain. Just accept it. Just accept that one, it's fine. I'm gonna speed up a little to go through some of these since there's a lot of not that great looking ones to me. Yeah, Dan, we're doing DM monsters now. And I'm being judged hard for placing Magician Girl so low. But this is still a smash or pass list. We are going through this one a bit faster though. I don't want to. I'm skipping this one. Okay, fine. I'll do it. We're not asking question about it. Okay, so Judge Man was actually my ace monster as a kid before I knew how to play and then didn't touch the game for like 20 plus years. I mean, I'm 21 totally. I'm not into musician, sorry. I don't rate him high because as much as I'd like to say it's cool and all. For me it's kinda an annoyance more so. Sorry musicians, it's cool what you do, just not something I want to be around all the time. I'm just going through these fast because they're all lower for a bit. Finally we got to a good one again. There we go, finally. And now it's going downhill again. I think the rest is mostly just D from here on out. Yeah, most are weird monsters. There we go, something like that. Lots of low-ranked ones in this. But you can't really blame me when so many are just monsters. Like lava golem? How am I even going to attempt to smash lava? They might smash me with the hammer into a sword if I even attempt that. Become Lily's sword. Epic quality sword. Alright, I posted it in Discord again. Remind me to tweet them later. I do like the new silent cards arts. The new art for old cards is really pretty. I feel like this is probably a better tier list we did. But it's fine, both work. Well, we did the smash or pass, and I tried my best to do them legit. Without having any context of them, but hey, we got there. I'll post them later. I'll make a note to post them later. Okay, I wrote it down, we're fine now. I want more support for old ritual stuff. We did just get voiceless, I guess. But ritual is great. And making ritual decks great now feels so good. Because they were in a rough spot for a long time. Yeah, VV is so fun to play. I'm having a blast with that deck in Master Duel. Okay, so what were the other goals again? So we also reached 40 and 50. $40 will definitely be another time, so we can take the time to do that. Since we're at 20 minutes left on the clock right now. And I don't want to start that only to have to end it so soon. I'll take a full stream for it sometime. So a scary story, do we want one now? I'd have to see which ones I have saved up. We could also do a funny one like Jeff the Killer though. Like that story is so bad it's funny. Have you all read Jeff the Killer before? Please tell me you have. It's so bad it's funny. It's one of my favorites to listen to when I need a laugh. Because it's just so stupid, ha ha ha. The way it's written is just really funny because like, they're meant to be kids, right? And somehow the parents are just letting them fight and getting guns pulled on them and shit. It's like, what is even going on in this story? It's like they're in some old gangster movie but they're all kids. Okay, wait, let me see what I have ready. I bookmarked a few stories I came across. Close the browser so I can look. Okay, yeah, I have 3 stories here bookmarked, but one is very long. Okay, 2 of them are pretty long, but there's multiple parts. I want something on screen so it's not this empty. The goals will be there. With the timer on my face. Okay, so let's see. Oh right, all 3 of these are long stories, I forgot, ha ha ha. Well, we can just get started on them and see how long they take. Let me pull this. I'll pick one of these 2.
Yes, sir!
Let me figure out how to make a poll again.
Yes, sir!
Oh shit, 10 subs. Thank you so much, hahaha. Back to an hour on the clock we go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, the second one is
Yes,
a really
sir.
long title, so I made it shorter. That's the second title. It's
Yes,
very
sir.
long.
Yes, sir.
I also have left-right game, but we'll keep that for another time.
Yes, sir.
Since I think it needs some more preparation from me for TTS.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So far it's looking like it's gonna be the showers. Yeah, we might not do the full story at once since there's multiple parts, but we'll see. We'll see. No clue how long it takes me to tell the story with TTS. Okay, I'm quickly grabbing a snack before we start this and a new drink, but the shower's one. I'll pause the timer while I'm gone. So everyone take 5, stretch a bit, get a drink and such. Spooky music, hey. Let's see if there's copyright-free Pookie music on YouTube. Let's see what YouTube has for us today. One hour of dark and mysterious ambient music for writing and creativity, D&D and RPG ambience. Let's hope that's copyright free. If not, well, it's the VOD that gets shot for this part, I guess, hahaha. No clue if it's good, but it's gonna be worth a shot. Okay, so everyone take 5 while I go get something to drink and a snack, and then we'll start on our story. Oh, hey. You're the guy who made a bottom tier deck? I'd love to hear more about that. Maybe over dinner?
Wakey, 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 it's time for school. Come on. Wake up, it's time for school. Come on, man. Are you ready for school?
Be right back. I'm back. Did you all get a small break as well? Let me put on screen what we're doing. Is there an author name? Let's see. Okay, I think it's this. I think that's the author. They have posted it, at least from what I can find. Yet I'll give it a short moment for people to return. And then start timer again. I'm not gonna lie. We've been going for longer than I originally expected already. Like, I'm actually really surprised how generous you all have been. 71 subs is a lot of subs. And even now there's still an hour left on the clock. This means I can get a new keyboard. Need to look around for one because I'm not sure what's good nowadays, since I've had this one for forever. Like, mine is really old and apparently not good, but hey, it's what I've used forever, so I don't know any better. Every time I show it to people they laugh though, hahaha. Wait, let me see if I can find an image of my keyboard on Google. I'm not even sure if they still make this one. Wait, I found it, I think. No, that's different from mine. This is it, there we go. That's what I'm using, hahaha. I got it for free with a PC ages ago. I've used it for a really long time now. And it's finally beginning to break down on me. Honestly though. Seeing how I used this for way over 15 years. I'd say it's not even a bad keyboard. Because I use it a lot. And we got it for free with a PC we bought, so I don't mind. It's just time for a new one because these keys are beginning to not work, because the thing underneath the keys are beginning to tear. So sometimes they don't recognize the pressure my keys put on it. I took the caps off to clean and noticed that's what's happening. So yeah, it's really time for a new one. Anyway, let's put the time back on and get this story loaded up. So we're just going for part 1 for now since it's a pretty long one, I think. I'm just going for the entire story the way it's originally written, including the intro. It will probably take a while, but it will be a nice way to relax my arms as well. Oh, right, the time. Alright, let me grab the story real quick and then we'll start. I'll type in chat during the story if stuff comes up, since I'll be using my TTS to read the story. Let me change my TTS settings real quick so I can hear myself actually. Okay, can you still hear me? I'm just making sure. No echo either? Alright, nice. Time to grab the story and then we can begin. This will be the showers. Oh boy, it's a long one, ha. Every area in all parts of the world has those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether the stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there is always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that used real blood and snakes and spiders and is so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims simply because everyone around here knows that it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales on to their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with changing times, and the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral, human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the one rule with these stories by putting myself in them. This took guts, in hindsight, because I had to make sure that I always told them the same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I like to think that I have had some wonderful contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and Northeastern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another one of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. I suppose this aspect of my childhood has led to my current predicament, which I will recount, in full, for the internet to take from it what they will. I have laid this little introduction out as sort of a disclaimer, aimed particularly at those who will call my story into question. I have been like the boy who cried wolf for years, but I assure you with every ounce of honesty and integrity that I have that this time, the wolf is real. From my introduction, it is probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They simply didn't tend to hang around any given place for too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything of the sort. Growing up, I was a complete ham. I made friends very easily, was often the class clown, and because of that, was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. My friendships were often fleeting, as were any positive relationships that I ever had with my teachers. Because of the events that followed, my memory of one teacher in particular is probably slightly skewed, but I will attempt to give the least biased version of our friendship that I can. Mr. Mays was one of my social studies teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no ends for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us, he talked like us, made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes, he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything that he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Maze had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons, typical and boring in the minds of egotistic high school students. However, on the 31st of October, when most other teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Maze took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single, frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Maze sat at his desk, just watching the students come into class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations, or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Maze began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood, and took a seat on a chair, right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room. "Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class," he said, in a monotonous voice. "Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why I love it so much." One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. "I'm pushing the due date for your papers to next Tuesday," said Mr. Maze, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted in quiet cheers and Mr. Maze waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the amazing story that Mr. Maze told the class that day. The way in which he told this story rendered the horror junkies speechless and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that had raised her hand to ask about the paper was holding her knees to her chest by the end of it, a look of terror on her face. The important thing to know was what the story was about. The specifics slip my mind now and aren't too relevant. I'll try to recount the parts of the story that matter the most, but don't hold me to it. Basically, Mr. Maze and his friends set out on a road trip around the country after graduating from college. They took a truck, loaded it with camping gear, and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from the Poconos in New Jersey, down to the coasts of Florida, New Orleans to California and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado and then back home to New York. This concept of the freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Mr. Maze was the coolest teacher ever, in my eyes. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go and eventually found a town to stay in or some place that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were in either Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pool their extra cash and stay in a hotel for a night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Maze could barely remember the name of when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandfather's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel and try to contact the friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured it would be fun to just show up. Mr. May's friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation. So, the group set out with an hour of sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas, or Nebraska, wherever it may have been, there aren't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide lost travelers. Any directions given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to go up a couple of miles to the corn, take a right and go down a dirt road to the other corn, there should be some wheat on your right. So, as is the case in most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. May's friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was, because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanations of the trees that almost tried to grab the car, and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless, the typical horror tropes worked on most of the class. Everyone was terrified. So the group of guys drove on this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights in it, and what seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived here would be able to help them find where the guys' grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled this hope. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing when they were out of the car that it appeared to be like the kind of places where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured they would give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big, empty room. Hanging, fluorescent lights lit the room like it was daytime, and they couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. May's friends was convinced he'd seen someone as they pulled up, so they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Why else would they have this huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a giant, empty hall. So, the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary, foreign place. He said that approaching that door was one of his biggest regrets. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave class early. Several students quietly gathered their things and walked out the door, a couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before their next class. I didn't even give the announcement a second thought. Like I said, I was and am a sucker for this kind of stuff, and Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I had ever conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened that cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by single bulbs spaced sporadically along the ceiling of a long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing on farms. The hallway itself was crooked and the ceilings constantly lowered and rose, like a tunnel that was hastily dug and then never touched up. There were sections where the boys had to almost crouch in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was that the light bulbs continuously flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He said that when you are that focused on sometime, or if you are that nervous, your mind can do that to you. It can simply revolt, showing you things or people that aren't there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Mays guessed that they were somewhere under the creepy forest they had driven through when they found a door, but he couldn't be sure. He said that they came upon a door after walking for what felt like a mile. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside of a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belongs at the entrance to a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb and increasingly uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, "I should probably knock first." Mr. May's friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times, mockingly, but quietly uttering, "Is anyone home?" The group waited about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends, but as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door. As he lowered his hands, one of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open, and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them. Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head into his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead to attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was soaking wet. He was confused about this, and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, "The lights, we have to go," when Mr. Mays took notice. "You know when you turn off a light," he told the class, "and everything is almost pitch black, except the light of the bulb dying out or cooling down. It was like that, but there were so many of them. At least 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago, and now only looked like little stars in the darkness. That was definitely terrifying, but that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and though it was weak, it lit the room up just enough to see the shape of tens of people standing less than 10 feet in front of them." Mr. May's friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs to their right flickered to life. Let me interrupt at this point and say that Mr. Mays was a generally playful guy. He had that tone of voice that makes you want to respond. Basically, he could say, "Let's go jump off of a cliff, guys," and you would want to respond with, "All right, Mr. Mays, show us the way." That is a ridiculous statement, but it gets the point across. He was a charismatic guy. The whole story up to this point had been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, or it was really a terrifying memory for him to relieve. He told us that the light bulb came to life, and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long, every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have seen a shower or nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off of their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed with fear for several seconds, when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying, multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life, just as the children began to step forward. His friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move, and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against, and ended up finding a handle, then pulled hard, never losing his vision on the children. He bolted for the door right as he noticed what he had grabbed onto. A shower head protruded from a cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance and his friend was seriously injured. As he left the room, he made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single, dim light bulb. "This is why I call them the showers," Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. "I slammed the red door behind me," he said, "and ran through that hallway faster than I have ever run before or since. I made it back to the car, and we drove out of there like a bat out of hell." A couple of students snickered at his use of the word hell. "So, when you're out trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you are headed, and don't go out to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids, except Jerry." The class laughed and the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on and thanked everyone for listening, reminded them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me were abuzz with theories about the story they had just heard. "I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout," said one girl. "I think they were all ghost babies that were killed by a dog," said another. I couldn't theorize in the slightest, I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told that story and the detail that he included in it, left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple days later, I stayed after class and asked him about how it really ended and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine and that it was honestly, he whispered this part, probably due to some of the drugs they were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me as if to say, "Don't tell anyone about the drugs bit, kid," and I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple months and then was rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the story around and told it around campfires as I got older, and it was always a hit, but I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York, not for any reasons associated with this story. College was a fun time for me, I continued being the same ham that I had always been. It wasn't until sometime around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw laying with his head buried in his arm at the bar was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table and that I would join them in a second, then walked over to the man at the bar. "Mr. Mays," I said, and the man looked up. The man took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, "Hey there, son. How have you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath, and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets to the wind and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple semesters about 6 or so years ago." His face changed a bit, and a genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, smiled, and said, "How've you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I had been doing for the last several years, and he told me. Apparently he was still teaching at the same school doing the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked if everything was all right, and he said that they were as good as they ever have been or were ever going to get. It took me a while to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. Every time I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been in the student-slash-teacher relationship, but now, I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids, things that I never would have asked or cared about previously. But now, I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This was a guy who had real problems, not the infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey, signaled for another, and then turned to me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story, year after year." His words were slurred, or my hearing was messed up. We were both sufficiently blitzed at this point. That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people it, to come to grips with it, or some shit. He took a big swig of his drink. "Wait, your therapist?" I said. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think that something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused, but smiled nonetheless. Things had just gotten very strange. "But, I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was too terribly hurt. You were all okay, right?" He got almost cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. "Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now?" I was puzzled, quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him, but I let him carry on. "Tim fucking, he didn't make it, Jack," he laughed, his laugh turned suddenly to tears. "Fucking took him, they did. I don't even know. Cops told us we were just drunk, that he wandered off and got taken by the wildlife. He didn't know. He didn't see it, Jack." I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying along like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friend disappeared. I didn't know. I wish they'd have found the body, though. Then we could have shown them, he sighed. "That's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place." He carried on for a couple minutes more about his friend and the fun that they had before they went on that trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later that his phone rang. "Hello, sweetheart," he whispered into the phone. "I'll be out in a second." He gagged. "Oh you, baby." The person on the other end hung up the phone, and Mr. Mays got up to leave. "It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You've got a good head on your shoulders, boy. Make sure you use it." He began to walk out of the bar. "Mr. Mays!" I yelled after him. "Yeah, Jack," he turned back towards me. "Where'd you say all that showers business took place?" "Where? Hell, didn't I mention it? It's somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Fucking hell on earth, if you ask me." Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me, running into the wall before eventually finding the door. That was the last time I would see him. I'd never be able to tell him the impact that he had on my life, or rather, the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know about the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one he and his friends had made. He would never know that the things he saw at that place were real. Why? Well, he died about a month later. His liver failed on him. It's all right though, because his family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around people that cared about him, and that is all I can ask for a man like that. I experienced that place too, several years later. That is where my story turns. The following is the story of how I came to find the showers, and why I will never, ever go anywhere near Nebraska ever again. I'll finish this story when I'm sober. The memory is clear enough. Okay, that was part 1. Do we want to continue with part 2 as well? That was kinda the introduction to the story, before our main character goes there. Let me see how long part 2 is. I think part 2 might be around the same. Do we want to go for part 2 as well? Wait, I can pull it. Okay, the poll is up. Part 2 is going to be about him going to the place his teacher talked about.
Yes, sir!
Holy shit, 29 gifted. Mariah, what the fuck, hahaha.
Yes, sir!
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Suddenly
sir!
we're back up to almost 3 hours on the clock.
Yes, sir!
Wait, that's 100 sub goals, so we're doing Monster Hunter as well for sure yet. Wow.
Yes, sir!
Also thanks for the follow, milkers.
Yes, sir!
Okay, so since everyone is voting yes, we are just going to get started on part 2.
Yes, sir!
Let me grab part 2 ready in TTS and then we'll continue our story.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir!
Alright, there we go. It's quite a bit again.
Yes, sir!
I love the longer stories though because they actually set up the atmosphere.
Yes, sir.
I wonder how many yes sir are left, ha ha ha.
Yes, sir.
Let's just get started with the story because there might be a few.
Yes, sir.
Okay, here comes part 2 of the showers. I'm awake now, semi-sober, and ready to finish this for you guys, the internet, and whoever
Yes,
cares to
sir.
hear it. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had passed away until a couple months after the funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences,
Yes, sir.
but it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that, so I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting.
Yes, sir.
Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate jobs after college. Now, I had saved a pretty solid amount
Yes,
of money
sir.
while I was in school and decided that I deserved a bit of a vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with my college buddy Steve, packed up and hit the road, aiming
Yes,
for
sir.
somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I had lived near Littleton, Colorado when I was younger and remembered loving the area, so this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success.
Yes, sir.
We made it somewhere around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, and generally things that involved little to
Yes,
no work
sir.
on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed on our way back east. Sometime during this trip, we had met up with a couple Estes Park natives in
Yes,
one of the
sir.
local bars. We never typically hung out with them or anything like that, we just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and
Yes,
packing
sir.
up to leave awfully early. They were usually there until the wee hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they were headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs, and they
Yes,
invited
sir.
us. Having nothing else to do, we hopped in the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key, and ultimately inconsequential to this story. However,
Yes, sir.
the important thing about it was that at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the fire and swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't as much of a ham as I was in my younger
Yes,
years.
sir.
But, with a little bit of encouragement, I started on a couple of stories that I remembered telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. May's story about the showers.
Yes, sir.
Every time that I had told it after hearing it from Mr. Mays, I had spiced it up a little bit. But, out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went
Yes,
straight into
sir.
the version that he told my class in my sophomore year of high school. The group enjoyed my stories for the most part, the showers being the mutual favorite among the party-goers. Steve
Yes,
and I
sir.
left for the cabin at around 5 in the morning, and he asked me about that story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Mays, that class, my love for everything horror-related and
Yes,
whatnot,
sir.
and he suggested that we tried to find the place on our return trip to New York. Initially I was reluctant simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering through Nebraska for days, looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at this point. But, a couple of days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun. We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured that we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a little tribute to Mr. Mays, a guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize that I wanted to be a writer. Anyway, we left Colorado and made the long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or hell on earth as Mr. Mays had put it. We found a motel in town and hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day after that. I had remembered Mr. Mays telling us that it was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, but I don't think he got any more specific than that. We tried asking the townsfolk if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye-rolling when we told them what exactly this place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an older lady that worked at a gas station on the outskirts of town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful and generally interested in what anyone had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at checkout and she asked about our license plate, commenting about the fact that we were very far from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes, at which point we brought up our hunt for the place known as the Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells with the woman, which made sense, seeing as Mr. Mays had just given it the name after his experience there. But, when I began to describe the details that I remembered from his story, the friendly old woman interrupted me. Her tone was not scornful or mean in any way, but she became very terse and deliberate with her words from that point on. "People don't deal with anything relating to that sort of business around here anymore," she told us. That was all a long time ago. Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom and wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word. Both of us were thinking about what the lady had said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all, she just didn't want to hear another word about it. We were driving back to the hotel before Steve said something. "I mean, if I had to live in a place associated with an urban legend or something like that, I would totally mess with anyone who asked about it," he said. "I mean, eventually you'd just get tired of people asking about it and so you'd just try to scare them to get them to shut up, wouldn't you?" I agreed with Steve and kept driving, but the whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. If this was some sort of well-known legend in the area, why did no one else in the town seem to know anything about it? But, I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us was scared of finding the showers. This little excursion on our road trip was more like a scavenger hunt, a cap-off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for the site at which a famous movie was filmed or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little to no expectations and a fleeting hope that we would be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to try to find the showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible of a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar and spent some time there, and that was just about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back on the road, we decided that we would attempt to stay off of main roads for as much of the day as we could. I knew that there was no way that this place was going to be off of the highway, and I remembered some detail about a dirt road in Mr. May's story, so we went looking for those. This was a fairly futile effort. Most of Nebraska is dirt roads. It was 7 in the evening when we came upon a small, but thick forest. I use the term lightly, but for Nebraska, this place was like an oasis. The trees were full and thick, shrouding most of its insides in darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we had run into a few of these random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. There wasn't really a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point, so we drove along that. If the car was able to handle the Rocky Mountains, a dirt path in Nebraska would give us no trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along this trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees in the road or rocks that would render the car useless, when the sun finished setting. It was pretty dark in this place during the day, but when night came, it was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we had found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it, so we continued onward. I didn't realize it at the time, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually did make it look as if the tree branches were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Maze had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced that he made up the part about the animal eyes, though. The most aggressive creature we saw in the woods was a dead rabbit on the side of the trail. It didn't have any obvious signs of death, it just looked like it had simply lay down and never bothered to get up. We drove around in the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several smaller clusters of branches out of the way before, but right in front of our exit was a giant, dead, monster of a tree. There was no way we were moving this one, so we got out and turned on the bright headlights in the hopes that it would illuminate the area in front of us. There was a feeling of excitement mixed strangely with fear when I saw what lay 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights from the car and the little bit of light from the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. This wasn't a typical farmhouse, it was larger than the barns that I had seen in films and didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this was the place we were looking for, but this was definitely the closest we had come. I moved through the brush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all of the growth seemed to stop. I don't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it that was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. "So you were just going to run off into that place in the dark?" he laughed. I gave a half-hearted chuckle and grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was a little, but pretty bright flashlight. It was the kind that hikers would most likely fasten to their backpacks, just in case they were stranded at night. It worked well enough. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight with my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, creaked a little bit, but there was no way I was doing this by myself. Steve came up from behind, set his flashlight on the ground, grabbed the door, and said 1, 2, 3. We pulled at the door with all that we could muster. Once we had managed to move it a couple of inches, it must have latched back onto its track because it slid very easily, stopping hard with a loud and echoing thud when it was completely open. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I had already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare, almost troublingly so. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone had been in this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There weren't even any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believed Mr. Maze had described in his story. I was sure that it was simply a holding area for farming equipment or something similar at some point. Disappointed, I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of darkness. As I was running over the details of the story in my mind, something struck me like a sack of bricks. In Mr. May's story, there was a silo near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily because at the very least it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely, if there was ever a silo near this place, there would be some evidence of it somewhere. But, despite my hopes, there was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on one side, brush and dirt everywhere, and the forest that we had come from. I walked back into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around the inside of the building. "Even if I could just find a shower head or a pipe," he said. "Then we'd know it was true. Just keep looking with me." I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I had told Steve the story several times, but obviously he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yes. It was out of place and oddly pristine, but it wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore for a little bit before I called him over. This was probably as close as we are going to get, man, I said. But this isn't it. Remember the silo? His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant, much like a young child who didn't get the presents he wanted on his birthday. I patted him on the shoulder. This is still pretty cool, though. I mean, we could still tell people that we found it. I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed. Yeah, man, I guess we could. It is definitely creepy enough. We should get some pictures as proof, you know. I agreed with him. I'm gonna go grab the camera really quick, he said as he bolted out the entrance of the building. I was left alone in the building. It was very quiet when I was alone in there. I could hear the faint sound of Steve running through the brush and to the car, but once he was far enough away, everything was quiet. I remember not even hearing wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand. I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scratching against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped, trying to figure out what it was. I put my foot down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stomped one more time, realizing that the floor that I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked to the wall of the room, looking carefully at the floor to try to spot any holes or gaps. As far as I had known, it was solid ground that this thing sat atop, so I was convinced that I had found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back through the brush as I shouted, "Steve! Come over here, it's Hall." As I went to say the word hollow, I hopped a little bit, hoping to recreate the sound so that he would be able to hear it upon entering the door. The second that my feet made contact with the floor, I felt it give out beneath me. The memory of the fall is fuzzy, but I do recall hearing wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into complete darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen in a terrible position because I know that I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I woke up I was staring at a bright light. For an instant I had thoughts about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I was angry at myself. You died in Nebraska, Jack? Wow, you do know how to fuck up. My self-deprecation in the afterlife was interrupted by what sounded like Steve's voice. Jesus, Jack. Jack, can you hear me? Dude, wake up. Please, wake up, he screamed. I managed to lift my head up off of the floor just enough for him to celebrate. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee was just so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight, then sat up and reassured Steve. I'm okay, I just hurt my knee. I bumped my head too, really hard. Thank fuck, man. I thought you were dead. Imagine that, though, dying in fucking Nebraska. It'd be awful. His words made me laugh a little bit, but I stopped myself. The slightest shaking hurt my head and made me incredibly dizzy. I guess, a rope, said Steve. What? I asked, quietly. Should I go get a rope to get you out of here, or do you see a ladder? I looked around the walls that sat in front of me. They were smooth cement. There was no way that I was climbing out of here. Yeah, get the rope, I told him. It's buried under all of our stuff. I think it might be in my red climbing bag, but I'm not sure. Steve nodded, telling me to hang in there and that he would be back in a little bit, and then he ran off. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sound of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded away, I was only able to hear that buzzing that occurs in total silence intertwined with the pulsing in my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall and braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer, so I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice even through that. Again, this observation was primarily made after the fact. In the moment, it just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in this underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down here. I felt pain from my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant when I heard what I could only identify as breathing, somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for a few moments until my mind decided to rapidly replay Mr. May's story. When I had first heard it in that classroom years before, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in a dark basement in the middle of Nebraska, I felt something that I hadn't felt in a long time. It couldn't even be summed up in the word fear. As I sat there, I felt all-encompassing dread. I pointed my flashlight to my left, the direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach the other wall, it was too far away. But, I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple more seconds before I heard another noise in the darkness. It was very quick, and I cannot be sure that it wasn't my own body moving around without my noticing, but I thought that I heard a scraping sound not 10 feet in front of me. It sounded like the noise your feet make when you are walking across a dirt-covered floor. Before I could react, I heard the breathing to my left again, closer this time. There was no way this was real. I hadn't seen so much as a spider web in this building, and now I was convincing myself that something next to me was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that the human brain is constantly hallucinating. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will make sounds to fill the gap, or make you think you see things that aren't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself. It worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure what it was, but I heard the accompanying sounds of feet scraping against the floor and I began to swell with dread. I decided that the best course of action at this point was to turn off my flashlight, assuming that if they couldn't see me, they couldn't get to me, whatever they might be. I turned off my flashlight and was left in complete and total darkness. The bulb of the flashlight faded as it cooled and I put it into my pocket, simultaneously pushing back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get up on my feet, foot, and found that I couldn't stand to put any pressure on my injured knee. I limped to the corner, humming to myself, trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve, as loud as I could manage, but heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for the rope. There had to be a ladder or something, somewhere. I continued to hum and my heartbeat, which had been beating almost out of my chest, slowed to a manageable rate. I moved along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it and the weight off of my injured knee. I had traveled what I guessed to be about 10 feet when my head made contact with something in front of me. I tumbled to the ground. My concussion must have amplified the pain, because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet with my fingers. I searched for a cut anywhere on my forehead, but couldn't find one. I desperately searched for my flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. I grabbed the light in my right hand, bracing against the wall with the other. I turned it on and pointed it into the darkness where I was just lying. The floor was wet, but the dirt had muddled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle, tried to convince myself that it was my blood when I saw another drop fall into the puddle. Words lack the ability to describe the way I felt when I heard the drip noise again, and saw yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle. I think I knew, even then, exactly what the source was, but I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed it at the source of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe that protruded at least a foot out from the cement wall. The metal was rusted and cracked, little bits of the liquid began to seep from them. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head, aimed down towards the ground. You know that feeling when your stomach drops? In this case, I think mine literally did, because I vomited immediately. It got all over my shoe, but that wasn't the least bit important at the time. I ignored the pain in my knee and shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I can't be sure if it was just the sounds of my own movement or something around me. I managed to duck under the next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall, and seemed to be leaking the same liquid that the other one was. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Every now and then I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remembered immediately the way that Mr. Mays had described it. I grabbed my shirt and put it over my nose, trucking onward, but it didn't stop the smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit, it smelled like shit, it smelled like burnt hair, it smelled like rot. I was still moving against the wall when I fell into some sort of outlet. I hit the dirt ground hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pain still managed to break through, though. My flashlight was still in my hand. I aimed it and examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though it looked aged now. It had a nice little design on it, a doorknob, and a knocker that looked like a snarling demon. Red paint was peeling from it, flaking off and falling to the ground in front of me. I clumsily rose and busted through the door, narrowly missing a piece of hanging sheet metal in front of me. I was crawling now, there was no way that I could run. The walls and ceiling were lined with metal, the kind that you would see on the roof of a farm. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that and possibly cutting myself on the metal, or hitting the wood and causing a cave-in. So I crawled. I pulled myself for what felt like miles, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in relation to the hole that I had fallen through, but I told myself that there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnel in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe 3 feet above the ground. It hadn't caved in, because the ceiling still lined it. Someone had built it like this. This, again, is in hindsight. I didn't care at the time. I kept telling myself there was nothing behind me, but I swore that I heard feet scraping only a few inches behind my own. My jeans would brush against my legs every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me, and even now, I still can't completely convince myself that someone wasn't. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it might have been the light from the car's headlights. Besides all of that, I was just so immensely happy to find an exit. I crawled all the way to the door and threw my shoulder into it. It budged, but didn't open. I began to scream, but my throat seared with pain. The most I could manage was a harsh crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of here, I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat that I heard a noise that was, without question, something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. It would move, pause for a second, and then move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up, but I began to gag. I gathered myself slightly and tried to steady my hand enough to focus the flashlight into the tunnel. What I saw, I can still not rationalize. I know what I saw, but I cannot convince myself that it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself that I was hallucinating. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The gown was stained with something dark and brown, with occasional splashes of a deep red. The child was extremely frail, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye, brightly reflecting the light of my flashlight. In between huge tufts of long, dirty hair. It reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked with dirt. The boy, or girl, I'm not entirely sure which, moved towards me with difficulty. It wasn't breathing hard, but it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. It was only visible because it was reflecting my flashlight, but even in that glint, I could feel anger, or deep hatred, or something like it. This is the point in which the English language really lacks the right words to explain the situation. I could tell that this child meant me harm. Whether it was a hallucination or not, the thing was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer when I heard a voice from behind me. "Hey, Jack," whispered the voice. It was Steve, I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out right now." However, given my current state, I am sure it just sounded like garbled nonsense. I clawed at the door, pushing against it with everything that I had and finally breaking eye contact with the child. As I did this, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet. "What do you see?" the voice asked. "What are you talking about?" I closed my eyes. I remember hearing a reply along the lines of "just look at it. Tell me what you see," but my own screams of frustration drowned it out. I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me, calmly, "Rest for a second, I'll get it." The statement took a second to settle in, at which point I closed my eyes tight. "Steve, just do it please. Please, just get it open please," I whimpered. "Just get me out of here." My voice was beginning to get louder. "Steve, god damn it, open the fucking wooden door." I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing but black hair, dangling in front of my face, a small glint of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut and screamed with every ounce of energy I had, "Open the fucking door." The door behind me gave way, and I fell onto the dirt, taking in a breath of fresh air. My eyes were still closed, but the first thing that I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. Once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing with pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids that I didn't even care to know the origin of. My knee was, at the very least, dislocated. But despite all of that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath, buried my head in my hands, and said, "Steve, why didn't you just fucking open the door?" I waited for a response, but none came. Steve, seriously, I began. I was fucking clawing, screaming for my life, I said as I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out of me at this point, because it shifted again. The only thing behind me was the large mass of bushes that I had seen while examining the perimeter or the building. I was angry. Steve, this is not the fucking time. Come out of the fucking bushes. I was getting ready to stand up when I heard a yell from the front of the building. A flashlight bobbed up and down in the semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at that point. When I woke up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet and began to walk me to the car. As we walked away, I saw my flashlight sitting just outside the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve brought me back to the car and then drove me to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but he told me that he drove around for an hour before he found a main road. I don't think I ever told him the whole story. I believe he thinks that I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked about it, and we didn't stay in contact for much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways, we just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip and went our separate ways. I have never been able to fully understand what happened that night. There are many things that I can explain away as being hallucinations, but there are still many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there and they were leaking something. The door was real, the tunnel was real. Most everything else can be semi-rationalized if I can convince myself that I had a very bad concussion, a very, very bad concussion. But the one thing that I couldn't have imagined was that cellar door was locked, and then it suddenly wasn't. I am still as skeptical as I have ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or a social retard because of this. I drink a lot, but I am still functional. But, I will never return to Nebraska, no one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies either, there is absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it, really. There is no typical ending for my story. I was changed by my experience, yet. But, there is no way to change anything about it or fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that I wasn't just seeing things. Believe me, I've been trying for years. Prior to this, there was really no way to find any information on the showers. The legend didn't extend outside the classroom of Mr. Mays. No one told stories like this to keep children away from a certain place or to scare them, it just wasn't known. I guess that's really the point of this whole story.
Yes, sir!
I want people to know, firsthand, what this place is like. Maybe it is a drunk's rationale, or the kid inside me wanting to spread these kinds of stories again.
Yes, sir!
I don't know, I don't care. But, it's out there now, for people to mold and warp to their needs. Most importantly, it's finally out of my head.
Yes, sir!
It's getting late and I'm getting another drink. Cheers. And that was the showers.
Yes, sir!
I hope you all enjoyed the story. I'll link it in chat in case you
Yes,
want to
sir.
read it over again sometime. If you scroll down you'll see the link to part 2 as well.
Yes, sir!
It's a pretty long story, but not the longest we had prepared.
Yes, sir!
Yeah, part 1 is basically the setup.
Yes, sir.
And part 2 is what we just read, where he actually goes to the showers himself.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty old story by now, but really solid.
Yes, sir.
It's more of an atmospheric horror story for most of it, but at least it's not hurried.
Yes, sir.
And there's some fun theories behind it.
Yes,
Plus,
sir.
I believe they wrote some sequels eventually.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, one of the main theories people like to believe is that it's actually a cult down there.
Yes, sir.
Hence the old woman saying they don't get up to
Yes,
doing that
sir.
stuff anymore, and why there are animal noises being heard from sacrifices.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, there's a lot of interesting theories that came from this
Yes,
story,
sir.
but I never read the sequel. One day I will, if I can find it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a few more stories we can do some other time, but this is the type of story I've been wanting to use for the no TTS streams.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because I don't have to type the entire time while it reads the story out loud, and can just play a game I otherwise can't with TTS.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there are a lot of fun theories behind it, Damper. I'm not sure what the official thing is by the author though.
Yes, sir.
For that we'd have to read the sequel eventually.
Yes, sir.
Either way, I realized midway through that we haven't changed our profile picture yet on Twitter. We meant to do that at the start of today, but we forget. Let's make it more cheerful BGM again. Spooky time is over for now. Okay, so let me check real quick what the most popular one is.
Yes, sir.
I'll open it on stream. Oh, thanks for the gifted fauna, let's go. So many gifted subs suddenly. You're all far too kind. I wasn't expecting to get even half of this amount. But now we can get a nice keyboard and maybe a new stream game or other equipment, hahaha. Okay, so let's see what do we have. Oh wait, I just realized I liked one, so I'm going to betray myself, hahaha. Okay, this is going to be embarrassing, but let's just go through them. I liked one yesterday, so no clue what's first right now. Oh wow, Kuli's got 17 likes. That's actually quite a lot. I thought they fixed the bits thing, but I'm not sure if that's true, damper, so yes, subs might be safer. So far most is 17 likes for Jengar. Oh no, here comes the one I liked, hahaha. Time to out myself. Why is it first place? I wasn't expecting this one to be first right now. Okay, but there's more options, there's still hope. Only one for Dan's, that one is actually pretty funny. Who is this guy again? I've seen him on Twitter before. I only heard that name, I don't actually know who that is. Dan. He's some kind of YouTuber, right? I'm being serious, by the way, I don't know who Germa is. Oh okay, a Twitch streamer. Thanks for telling me, that makes sense. Damn it, Yuaki, adding one last second, hahaha. That one is so stupid, I kinda love it, hahaha. Wait, does this mean? Does this mean the Stingman won? Why are we all like this? Just because I liked it doesn't mean you all have to ha ha ha. Now I'm stuck with it. So this will be our new profile picture. Oh boy. I regret nothing, it's for the greater good. Wait, I just realized. Isn't the left one literally called Lily Monday? I have Lilimon in my deck. It's her, isn't it? I hate this, ha ha ha. Of course Pension posted this one. Okay, well, time to make this my new profile picture. Damn it. I just realized. You totally saw I'm really 21 just now. Shut up. Okay, there we go. New profile picture. Isn't it beautiful? I hate it. Thanks, guys. How long do we have to keep this for again, did we say? I goose will keep it for at least a week, and knowing me, I'll forget about it, so it'll be a while. I'll probably forget about it, let's be real. So it'll be there for months at this rate. Okay, well, at least it's nothing too weird. Nothing too weird by my standards, at least. I'm sure it'll grow on me. I'm not trying to cope right now. Okay, there are my goals again. Let me write. I did the profile picture. I'm keeping track of it in Notepad. We have a lot of goals still left to do. But they won't be all at the same time since it's different type of streams. Oh right, I can tell you some of the options I have for retro games. Let me pull open the folder. Alright, so I have Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, the Pokemon trading card game for GBA, Final Fantasy IV, the GX Duel Academy game we started a long time ago. And probably a few more options on Steam I'd have to look at. But those are the first few that popped to mind for it. I know some people have asked me to play Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced before. So I was kinda leaning towards that one, but I'm kinda down for whichever people prefer. It is a very long game though, so we'll only be able to make a dent into it when we do start it. I think the average clear time is like 50 hours on that game. But it could still be fun to play. Either way, if we like none of the options, I'll have to think of something else, hahaha. I'll probably poll it on Twitter or on Discord later. Probably Discord actually, since not everyone has Twitter. And then you can just add an emote to vote on which one. So we might do that tomorrow, since it's the first one of the goals reached that we still have to do. Other than that, I'll probably go look through some of the bug snacks to prepare to talk about. Grab some images as well and such. History stream will most likely take some more preparation, especially if you all pick the topic. So we might get to do Monster Hunter before the history stream, but it will 100% happen. Oh, actually that brings up a good point. Should we do Rise or World? I have both Monster Hunter Rise and World on Steam. So we could do either, but I only have space to install one. I think most people prefer World. I'll also poll it on Discord, yeah hahaha. Going to get a lot of polls going. I can't believe we actually make it to 126 subs already. We started today with just a little over 2 hours on the countdown. Now we have almost 4 hours left, after 6.5 hours. The math ain't mathing. Should I get worried about getting to 1K subs? Surely not. I put that at 1K because it's meant to be unreachable. So we should be fine. For now we're still chilling. I'm having a blast with this though. It's been a lot of fun to just hang out with you all and not have to worry so much about other stuff. Well, we're definitely continuing tomorrow because I don't have another 4 hours in me today, hahaha. Oh, actually I found a fun game that is a horror game, I think. Although I'm not sure if it's scary enough for the goals, so it might be for Halloween month. It's called That's Not My Neighbor. Where you have to find out if the person that's trying to get in is actually a real person or not by checking their ID and such. It's like that passport game but more horror setting. It looks a lot of fun, so I have my eyes on it. I played the demo earlier to test it, and it's nice how there's no real timers, so I can easily use TTS with it. So I'm not sure if that's scary enough for a sub goal though, but it might be nice for Halloween month that's coming up. I was going to say something but I forgot what I was because I got distracted. Damn it, brain. Oh well, it probably wasn't anything important. I watched a few videos on that game earlier as well to see what it's like before trying it myself, and it's pretty great. Ah yeah yeah. Ah yeah yeah. The way my TTS says it is so weird. Ah yeah yeah, ah yeah yeah. Hey Flan, welcome in, and you too meaty. Wait, can I just show this on stream? One moment. Oh, my goals are covering it. So it's like this. Where you get a person in front of you. And you have to see if they really are who they say they are, or a monster pretending to be them. So it's kinda like that passport game but with monsters. It looks really interesting to me. There seem to be a lot of funny ways for them to be secret monsters, from very obvious to almost impossible to tell. Talking about obvious. Totally a real human. So yeah, that's something I might want to play for Halloween month. It looks fun. I feel like I need to look for some more horror games though. My horror game knowledge is very slim since I'm scared of them. I've obviously tried to pick not too scary horror games for Halloween month so far. Because I was almost losing my shit playing Hololive Error that one time, hahaha. And everyone said it wasn't even scary, but I was terrified for the first half of it. I feel like we did great with Corpse Party though, but I actually like Corpse Party. It did take longer to complete than I expected, to be honest. We could play another Corpse Party, but maybe something else this year would be better? I'll have to see what I have and maybe if there's anything on discount. I've been tempted to try the Resident Evil games at times, but I'm too scared to do so, hahaha. I'm actually really bad with zombie stuff, more so than most other horror things. So Resident Evil is terrifying to me. I wanted to play Outlast, but that game freezes when I tab out, so it's gotta be something else. Oh wait, I do have another game. I haven't tested it yet, but I have Call of Cthulhu. Oh wow, my TTS can't say that name. I have that game, so I need to test if I can tab out in it. What else do I have? We played the bathhouse already, so not that. I'm actually running out of horror games I have. Oh no, hahaha. I guess I might have to get a new one. I also tried to get Amnesia going, but that also freezes when I tab out. But I'm also way too afraid of playing it, so maybe it's for the better. Gives me an excuse to play something else. Wasn't there a sale going on for some horror games the other day? Is that sale over now? I think I saw at least Corpse Party on sale, so surely some others are as well. Okay, let's see. Steam Horror. Mad Father is on discount. I've heard good things about it, and I think a lot of VTubers play it. Okay, I forgot how much of a meme the horror category is on Steam. People just add any game they don't like to horror, hahaha. Master Duel is under horror on Steam. Totally fair, that one. I'll have a look at it later. Oh right, some Resident Evil are on discount. But I am terrified of those games, so not sure. But I know you all would love that. Because I remember how much you enjoyed my suffering the first time. Okay, yeah, I'll look at what's on sale later to see if I can find a new one. I think I might call it here for today though, and then start tomorrow with roughly 3.5 hours on the clock. I am becoming kinda sleepy and it's been almost 7 hours. Thanks for the follow, Yeetster. I'm not sure yet what we'll start with tomorrow. Maybe we'll play some Yu-Gi-Oh to start with for like an hour before moving on to what we poll. Not sure yet if I want to play Yu-Gi-Oh each day yet, but it's been fun. So if we feel like it, we probably will. We do still need to rank up a bit for gems, and play the 2010 game as well. For now though, let's find someone to raid into so we can go take a nap. Need to be fresh for tomorrow's stream again. Because somehow we're going into another day, hahaha. How is there more time on the clock than when we started today? You all are insane, hahaha. Okay, let's see who's online. I see a Maddie. Do we go say hi to Maddie? They're playing Pokemon, let's go. Pokemon is great, we should play that more. I just don't want to overdo it since the Nuzlocke we did actually took quite a while to do. But it was also very fun. So one day we should do another. Let's go Nightbot works gain today. Yesterday it didn't work, now it works again. Anyway, I'll see you all again tomorrow. Thanks so much for all the support, I love you all. Bye bye for now.